No dobra, witam wszystkich czat, siemanko. Spodziewałem się tylko jeszcze w ostatniej chwili, że kamery nie mam. Muszę źródło sobie dodać. Cyk. O, trochę bajzel w pokoju. Tylko niestety. Ale to zaraz ogarniemy i wszystko wam wytłumaczę.
Yeah, I'm gonna be in 10-15 minutes and I'm gonna drive the stint on our server.
User joined your channel.
Max is starting?
Dobra. Gotowi. Mam nadzieję, że wszystko git, wszystko słychać, jest super. Przedostatnia runda, czyli 4. z 5. Le Monde Virtual. Jedziemy na Sebringu, jak widzicie. Jadę i zacznę wam opowiadać. Startujemy z P5. O Jezus. Startujemy z P5 i na P5 jesteśmy też w generalce. Nie tak daleko za P2. Zespół na P2 startuje za nami, także tu są duże szanse, żeby podgonić ich. O Jezus, a czemu ta kamera jest taka? Ale niestety jesteśmy dosyć daleko za P1, no jakbyśmy tu wygrali wyścig, to w Le Mans jak najbardziej się liczymy w walce o mistrzostwo. No ale jak tutaj liderzy, czyli zespół numer 1 dojedzie przed nami, no to już ta szansa na mistrzostwo bardzo, bardzo nikła będzie. No na pewno matematyczna będzie, bo na Le Mans są podwójne punkty, więc można tam zrobić 50 punktów. Ale no, musimy tutaj coś nadrobić. Żeby wam nie skłamać, jesteśmy chyba z 25 punktów za nimi, coś takiego. Także tak to wygląda. Tempo tutaj kurczę. Niko był po 7 w kwalifikacjach, ale dwa zespoły przed nami mają karę. Popełnił taki spory błąd w tym zakręcie, do którego teraz dojeżdżam. 2 dychy stracił, no więc powiedzmy, że P5 mógł być, czy P4 mógł być tempem, ale no liderzy są troszkę szybsi chyba. I patrząc po czasach, które robił w treningu tutaj już z paliwem, no to faktycznie na to wygląda. Nikodem jest trochę szybszy ode mnie, więc to, że ja będę miał problem nawiązać z nimi walkę, ja żebym się utrzymał gdzieś w zasięgu, to będzie dobrze. No jedzie z nami jeszcze Raffaele Marciello, czyli Pros, z którym wygraliśmy Le Mans 2 lata temu. Oczywiście on jest takim kocurem, że wiecie, on wsiada i nieważne w co, czy w Sima, czy w Realu i ciśnie, ale miał mało czasu na trening niestety, więc trochę się tutaj martwimy o jego regularność. No bo wiadomo, że jakim kocurem byś nie był, no to trzeba trochę wyjeździć, szczególnie, że on na refaktorze ostatni raz właśnie jechał jak Le Mans. Jechaliśmy 2 lata
Guys,
temu.
welcome to race day. I am advancing into warm-up so we can set the grid and prepare for the race. So advancing into warm-up.
Could you hear the race director a lot? Sorry?
It passed to warm up.
Yeah. Just making sure everything's working on your side. Okay, I'll mute myself on Discord so you can talk freely here and just talk to me on TeamSpeak. Okay.
Logging enabled.
Nie naprawili tego, że się warninga dostaje na wyjeździe. Ciekawe. 3 update'y chyba były i próbowali to naprawić, ale się nie udało do tej pory. Nie przepadam za tym torem, bo nie czuję się tutaj zbyt komfortowo, ale za to się czuję bardzo komfortowo. Jedziemy też z takim setem, że powiedzmy mógłbym troszkę szybciej jechać na pierwszych paru kółkach na stincie. Mógłbym troszkę podstronności odjął z tego seta, ale powinien się potem lepiej prowadzić. Mam nadzieję, że tak będzie. sobie przećwiczymy. Tak jak w aucie, czyli tu mamy kontrolę trakcji tylko.
Log building finished.
Się zgadza w secie. Ej.
One, two, three. Radio test. 1, 2, 3. Good day to everyone from Race Control. Some informations for today. Track is dry. As a heads up, do not forget that at 13:53 we move into the race session. Cars will be in ear of corn. And at the start of the formation lap, you may only leave your position once the car on the right has already moved. We like the cars to be in a tight line across the circuit, and everyone to grid positions in formation after T13. We would like to have a 5-second gap between the first GTEs and the last LMPs. The game with the flag will start the race for the LMPs. The GTs will start on our voice. Wish you all the best, have fun, enjoy the race.
No i co, 13:53 już była. Ludzie przełączają. O, tak jest hit. Na czymś na medach. Jest hit ewidentnie. Planuję na softach. Okej. Pojadę. Zapniesz mi drzwi? Ola? Oluszka? Zamkniesz mi drzwi? I? O, nie do końca słyszna, uwaga.
All cars to the grid in ear of corn position, please.
One minute, guys.
1 minute, start the formation lap. Under 1 minute to start the formation lap.
Logging enabled.
Twenty seconds to start the formation lap.
Czemu lepsza organizacja? Co tu jest z organizacją nie tak?
Start of the formation lap. Please leave after the car on your right has left.
Done, are you there?
Hello, yeah, sorry, just sorting out my internet.
Yeah. After 2 or 3 laps, Can you
LMP cars start assuming grid positions exiting T13, please.
can you start telling me my
Front
target fuel
is to be
consumption
side
for
by
22
side at
laps?
this stage. Front car side by side.
The formation up and everything obviously is gonna be a
GT
bit
cars,
different.
the estimated gap will be 5 seconds. If you can manage, that would be perfect. And GT cars to grid positions exiting T13. The gap is far bigger than 5 seconds.
Sorry, can you repeat that? I couldn't hear you.
After 2 or 3 laps, when we settle in, can you start telling me my target fuel consumption for 22 lap stint?
Yep, of course.
But obviously, like, look at my fuel on the stream, right?
Yep. Good luck, guys.
Tight grid, please. Tight grid, please. Thank you very much. The front is looking good. The back is a little bit spread. GT cars close a little bit more the gap. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I wish you all a good race.
Do we speak here or follow Discord?
To me, only here. We're starting the race now.
LMPs have started. GTs go. GTs go.
Target 3.4.
That high?
Yep.
Did you include the formation lap?
Yes.
Target is 334. Can you confirm?
Yeah, that seems more like it.
Target 3.35.
Copy.
3.36, Kuba.
Okay, I don't need it every lap, maybe every 5 laps or so.
Copy. target 3.38.
Okay. No nie do końca wygrywane. 5 też nie jest złe. What's the target now?
$3.39.
Oh, the bump on the inside wasn't good.
Did you touch?
Oh no.
Okay.
Know the target after this lap.
Copy.
What was the target?
3-9.
No, surely not.
I'll update you again.
Okay, it's like 3.4 something.
.45.
Yes. box this lap, no tire change.
Copy.
Okay, track time is 38 by the way, Niko.
Confirm your fuel saving this stint.
Yep, for 23 laps.
Copy. So target 3.25.
Come back.
I would
I
just
know,
say
but
in track time is
yeah.
38 degrees.
A lot.
Yeah. Like, I think there's many teams behind me, right, in the 22nd Cup.
Target 3.26.
Copy. You're on a drive-through.
Okay, so you're gonna have really close guys behind you, right? At the end of this thing.
I think so, right?
Okay. So I'm using default setup.
Oh, try using ours. I think default is worse.
target 2.26.
No co za korek. Dramatyczny. Siedmościu. Ale super. Poszedł mi redline z tyłu przez korek. Ajajaj. No teraz mi musi oddać korek, no nie ma bata. Jeszcze narcy z tyłu.
Target 3.26.
Okay.
What is your oil and water temperature?
One hundred and 118. Stabilnie, ale czy dobrze? Jezus. Cześć, Radziu, cześć.
Weź tutaj czatu, nie czytaj.
To prawda.
Dużo jest gumy w T1?
Sporo. O, Orek mi pomoże. Żeby tam powalczyć z tyłu.
Nie dużo, ale zawsze coś.
Zawsze coś. Can you tell me my target after this lap?
Copy.
Koniec dobrego korku.
Target 3.28.
Are you ready, Niko?
Yeah, I was joining soon.
I'll be back in a second.
Okay.
How many laps?
6.
So I should join.
I'm back. Target 3.29.
Oh, I've got connection lost.
Okay.
once again. 7 more minutes.
Full laps. Ajajaj.
Now it's working.
Okay, 3 laps after this one.
Okay, so I'm gonna go to the toilet.
Target 3.3.
Copy.
Next
More
lap?
laps. 2 more laps.
Oh, okay.
.4 to the end.
Ajajaj. To zrobiłem. Both pitted.
And Roger's safe.
Okay. Medium is your name. Full tank.
How are your tires right now?
46. All around pretty much.
Now very important to be in front of them now.
Yeah. You don't need the traffic. But good luck otherwise.
Watch out in the pit lane.
That was a 1:56.42.
Let's see. We swapped, right? Yeah, Tolman and Bennett in the car, so maybe the yard laps won't be that good. Watch out for traffic, right?
Mm-hmm. You're gonna tell me the turn one?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm on Zoom, TeamSpeak.
Okay. Streaming on Discord?
Mm-hmm.
It's gear.
Thank you.
Log building finished.
Czysto, czysto, czysto. Pięknie.
I've got 3 points warning for that,
Oh, what the fuck.
for pit exit.
Yeah, they didn't fix it.
I have a broken sound.
Quiet engine.
Yeah, don't talk to me. Quiet engine, interrupted sounds, tires. Fuck my life, it's so hard to drive with this sound. Okay, so don't talk to me, I don't need a target, I know my target and minimize everything.
Copy.
Dobra, pięknie, utrzymaliśmy się przed nimi. O, podcinkę robili na nowych gumach, także super. Fajne kółko złożyłem. Jestem zadowolony z tego, co pojechałem, no. Kurde, lepiej niż w treningach chyba pojechałem, ale o, tempo liderów jest troszkę za dobre. No, zobaczymy. O, ci chyba bardzo silnik faktycznie, Andrzej. Nic niestety na to nie poradzę. race to the leaders, but I mean, I performed as best as I could. We can practice and stuff. This is our pace. Niko should be a tiny bit faster. He was a bit faster than me in practice, but yeah, probably not as fast as the leaders still. But let's see. P5, not too bad. You never know. Hopefully we can get the podium. Próbowałem wam podgłosić, wiecie, znam, czy jest lepiej. Nie chcę za bardzo, bo jak zacznę coś gadać na Discordzie, to wybuchniecie.
That was risky.
No to 5 jedziemy cały czas, a to nie do ugryzienia.
You can tell me target like when I'm in the middle of the stint.
Copy.
Popsułaś? No, taki sam.
So many GTs in the last corner that I have to go from the outside. Can you tell me target now? After the slap.
Copy. .41.
Thank you.
So Niko will do this one, another stint and after me, right?
It depends. If we can sort out Nico's sound issue, then it might be good for him to do the last.
No. It's okay.
Copy.
I need to do 2 more, Lolo.
where the outside. It's kind of hard to see from that angle. As to the
Microphone muted.
Może Iri nic złego nie zrobił, nie? A puścił mnie. Odrobiłem trochę chyba, nie? Czy nie? Ciekawe, czy jeszcze jeden z team będzie jechał. Zużycie jest ok, jak coś. Czy nic nie odrobiłem do liderów?
You can target 3.5.
Thank you. dźwięki mnie do szału doprowadzą, nie? O, oszczędzał Karo. Chyba. Teraz Romany powinny stracić. Okay, no tire change. And fuel.
Copy.
The lap was a 1:55.91.
Watch your inside for GT.
Thank you.
That was a 1:47.47.
Need to pass him as soon as possible.
The lap was a 1:47.28.
Target 3.42.
I have dirty air behind him, fuck. Maybe now.
That was a 147.22.
I'm losing so much time behind him, fuck.
That lap was a 147.28.
Fucking GT car! We lost the race because of that. Fucking hell.
That was a 1:55.54.
O, no źle, teraz softy będę zakładał, kurwa, i będę musiał ich wyprzedzić.
Something will happen between those three in front.
Have you reported it?
I'm on it.
I will tell you, Niko, if they have contact and they spin, so at least you know in front.
Maybe Lelo should drive now.
You want me to go spectate?
Not yet, but what do you think, guys?
For me, it's the same. Dan should decide. For me, I can do it.
47.57.
How many laps you have doing this thing?
12, so you can warm up.
Okay.
Maybe warm up on medium tires.
Okay. Because it's hotter, so using soft cannot last 1 hour.
No, easy, but I don't think in this scenario softs are a good choice. I think mediums, and then I will get the mediums from you.
Okay, okay.
I agree on mediums.
Oh, they're gonna have drive-thru at least, I think. Do we have the report code?
The lap was a 1:46.99.
Seb has got it. I was much in front of him, right?
Yeah, he touched the curb and lost the rear and crashed into you.
Okay.
Car is okay, Niko?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Ten more laps.
147.91.
Microphone activated.
Talk on Discord, please.
Can you repeat, Kuba?
Microphone muted.
Yeah, it's reported to Davide and he's in contact with Stephen and Seb now. And, yeah, so it should be on the stream.
Three, 5-4 or 3-4-5, I think is the record.
That was a 147.51.
Say again, I can't hear you.
No, don't talk, please. Okay, wait. Seven more laps.
The lap was a 1:46.9.
Yeah, I do one lap and I come. Yeah, copy.
Yeah. It will be not so bright, but the sun is on the tarmac, so it's a little bit hard in some places, but should be fine.
The lap was a 1:46.33.
Fuck. I have a broken suspension, oh my god, after this. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I have a broken suspension. 5 more laps.
Microphone activated.
It's drivable, but very hard. It's turning right.
The lap was a 1:49.76.
Very unstable. But maybe it's not that, you know, you can always press backspace, right? But 15-20 seconds you're gonna lose with this suspension. her stint. I mean, car is drivable, but okay. Maybe it is concurrent with something, with tires or with fuel. It just only left rear suspension.
That was a 147.31.
I think it's not very bad, but it's very hard to drive. Oh, it's not much slower for sure. For what?
That's bullshit.
But you
That's
reported
terrible.
it.
Yeah, yeah.
That was a
Waiting for Sebring, Steven.
146.52.
Okay, Lalo, are you joining? 3 more laps. Okay. Okay, Raffaele, so I will try to fix it, but if it's too long, we're gonna press backspace. Or you on the...
Have to press backspace or you?
Yeah, but it's very hard to drive, you know?
The lap was a 147.45.
I think it doesn't matter, to be honest.
So for the backspace, I have to press, or someone has to press it.
I
Or
think
you, Niko?
I think you. I don't know, to be honest.
We both press it and then we'll see.
But only when we decided. So don't press it before we tell you.
Yeah, no, sure.
You know, the car is like, for sure you lost rear toe at some race. To go way more negative than it was before.
Better top speed.
But the car is turning automatically. But he wasn't even saving. What the fuck, that Carol pussy.
46.64.
How long will we pit stop? The normal one? 53 seconds? Barely can use TC override with this. Okay, pit this lap.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, let's see how long.
The lap was a 1:59.
20 seconds.
Yeah, I can't.
No.
I can't know. I did, but
I also press it, but I try.
to be honest, I think it will. For sure, for next two stints, we're gonna lose 20 seconds. It's 10 seconds per stint. Yeah, but it's horrible to drive. If Lalo spins, we're gonna lose 15 seconds. And it's very easy to do it. I would repair it. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Log building finished.
I can go.
of championships. They've got partnerships left, right and centre. They are a team to keep an eye on, and here on RF2 they are extremely fast, having won some of the biggest championships on the platform.
Do you have lights on?
In the GT Pro Series a few years ago with of course Andy Yoski taking the victories in that,
Yes.
beating out Kevin Siggy, by the way, who's a fantastic driver, and then just a whole host of other championships left, right and centre, recently wrapping up a couple of other crowns. Again, a very, very strong team. It's why I'm shocked by their recovery, and I'm also not shocked by their recovery, because if the team was going to do it, it's going to be them. Lauren Heinrich then comes into the pit lane in that number 23, our race leader. The 5, Jack Keithley, Quinton Violate in the 65, of course the Panis Racing team. The 100 Arnage competition car, Dennis Zetak, Colin Spork also in the pit lane for Alpine, Balash Remenick for Yas Heat Veloce after issues earlier on today. There is Luke Browning. Of course, behind the wheel, jumping in. I think it's the first time I've seen him, certainly, in a team Redline car. You can see, got his racing helmet behind him, GD3 champion of this current year, recently signing to join the team Redline outfit. And again, brilliant move, as we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, fantastic talent in the feeder series world. And as we said, nominated for the Young Driver of the Year. Best of luck to him. We'll find out that result tomorrow and see if he can win that test in a Formula 1 car with Aston Martin, as the car comes back down off the jacks here for Rocket Sim Sport. I think they'll want to see the checkered flag, really, now they've have had a bit of a bad day at the office, haven't they? There we can see the number 8 RHG still right behind the number 2 Team Redline car. The Porsche Coanda is the last car. The number 20 is the last one, really, to come in. Right, what's the gap between the 23 and the 1? Mac Backham is in the 23 now for the Porsche Coanda. 39 seconds is... We'll wait and see if that's going to come down a little bit. Was there a slow... Still 18 seconds. That's still quite a big gap, isn't it?
It's not ideal, I'll say that for free, but yeah, it's not awful. Well, again, there's still plenty of time left in this race, but like I say, I think it's probably a little bit too big. We'll see once it's all settled down.
We need to see what the gap is to this car, though, don't we? Because this is the car that they're closer to, that they were closer to. So a bit of confusion there. Apologies. So let's see what they're.
Remember, about 23 laps, right?
Right, Panis Racing are being passed there by Floyd Van Woolburst.
I did 3:31 this lap.
The dark green Floyd Van Woolburst car goes by and into 11th place. Jesper Pedersen, who has raced with the team since the start of the Le Mans Virtue Series, goes by and into 11th. Panis Racing clearing some traffic outside of turn number 1. We wait to see the number 20 car return to the track and see exactly where it will be in relation to the likes of Max Verstappen. He is 16 seconds ahead of James Baldwin, Luke Browning, Artur Rougier is in for RHG, Josh Skelton in for Next View Van Woolburst. Then we have Arne Stroomverlate in the number 62 Brabham. Sami Matti Trogan is next along for Williams Esport, and Raffaele Marciello, someone who got all the way up to Formula 2. What a top 10 that is. Yeah. Absolutely. And Ayunchan Juven is in the number 20 as well.
Whoa, big move to the
Factory
inside.
Porsche driver, of course. So what a top 10 that is. Job van Uitert in the 65. Roman Grosjean out there in the 18. It really is full of talent. We've got Enger out there in the 44. ARC Bratislava as well. Angus Fender in the 22. Here we go, a little bit side by side.
That was scary at T1, going out a little bit wide. I mean, it was a great move going into the final corner from the Yas Heat Veloce car to take over 16th spot, but very risky into the first.
Now the gap is 7.7 seconds between Ayunchan Juven, who is in the number 20 Porsche Coanda, and Max Verstappen.
Speaking of awards, by the way, someone who might be up for Sim Racer of the Year award, of course, he's one of the nominated people that everyone's voted for in the Autosport Awards, as well as elsewhere in sim racing. Another small award. We'll talk about this one. But James Baldwin's up there. He's won a lot this year when it comes to over in SRO Esports, of course, the FIA Motorsport Games, as well as the previous round of the Le Mans Virtual Series, the 63, taking that victory. James Baldwin, again, super talent. Another one, like I say, to look at that list, as you say, absolutely right. Inside that top 10, you think, oh, yeah, okay, that's a top 10. If ever I saw one. Again, if it's a top 10 of sim racing and real world drivers that are both like good. To be fair, for most of them, they're both good at both.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, I mean, Raffaele Marciello was a fantastic single-seater racer and has done similar things now in GTs as well. Josh Skelton was a very talented kart racer on the world stage and is now doing great stuff in GTs and is showing that pace in the in the esports world as well. Arthur Rougier, another very quick karter on the world stage, and is now doing stuff on the esports scene as well. Luke Browning, as you said, we've got a GB3 champion. We've got James Baldwin, who raced in British GT after becoming the world's fastest gamer. We've got the 2 times Formula 1 world champion. We've got Ayanchen Juven, a very quick Porsche driver. And then Matt Backham out there leading the way. Okay, now Juven is settled down. The gap has stabilised between he and Max Verstappen at around 7 seconds, and we've had a change further back. Williams Esports have gone up to 8th place. Sami Matti-Trogan has gone ahead of Josh Skelton.
I've got to say, as much as we've seen of course, Luke Browning, our GT3 champion. I know it's obviously from my neck of the woods, and the only reason I'm bringing this up is because I know he's watching. But Nick Taylor, GP4 champion, fantastic sim racer. Would like to see him out on the grid in this as well. Don't know where they'd end up, but I guess
he should have done the Cup.
Should have. I told him, but he was too busy, as you do. Living that racing life as. Going down a lap once more on the AMG Petronas Esports car that's running in 4th. That's Axel.
I'd like to see him do it too, though.
He's a good lad.
Make a very good driver for the series. Definitely after watching him in GB4 this year, and we can see the number 21 Axel car making its way down the Ullman Straight and towards the final corner.
I want to know what your opinion is of the race length of the Le Mans Virtual Series. Of course, we've got to keep the 24, right? It was discussion last season. It's probably not one they want as an open discussion upstairs, but it's a live mic, so tough.
Oh no!
If we're doing 4 rounds, do you think all 4 of them should have different race lengths? Like essentially what we have now, we've got a 4, 6, 8, and a 500 miles. Another 500 miles is a 4-hour race. Yeah, but still. Or
it's a different kind of race.
Do you think that they should all be like 4-hour races? Because let's be honest, with a 4-hour race, the bad ones are short, and the good ones you want more. Or do you think
different lengths?
I think different lengths, and that's some people don't like
that's
it. That's
how they do it on the world stage, isn't it? On the World Endurance Championship.
Also, I will still maintain the best race of the season so far was the 8 hours of Bahrain.
Yeah, that was
absolutely
but this Le Mans Virtual Series is a championship which you can't. We have to test these teams differently each time. An 8-hour race is much different to a 500 miles of Sebring, and that is the different challenge. They have to rip up their strategy books and rewrite them again. Yeah. So, and they have to do that every single time. If we gave them the same length every time, it would be quite a straightforward race.
My only issue with 500 miles is that it is a 4-hour race. So it's the same as what we've run over, which is where I'm kind of like, I wonder if we could do something else different. What if this became the 1,000 miles of Sebring, and then this is the 8-hour race that we do, and then the 8-hour race we change to be like 5 or something. An odd-numbered hour, as much as it looks weird on branding and whatnot, a 3 or a 5-hour race, they do look a bit odd, but they are the most unpredictable because they do not conform to standard strategy, and it's what makes them so good, especially if it's like what I was expecting with this. I thought it was going to be about 3.5 hours, which is just terribly awkward for all the drivers, and I like that. Make it awkward.
Well, with your live mic, I think we might be staying on board with Max Verstappen a little while. I'm going to ask you to talk us through a few corners of Sebring here as we make our way down to the hairpin.
Certainly do. Hairpin, of course, coming up towards the Fangio chicane. Great little corners. When you use a lot of the dirt and the runoff, you can kind of see it being kicked up by a couple of the cars up ahead. Nice and easy bit. Great to get past traffic coming through Fangio up towards Cunningham. Before this is genuinely my favourite bit of this entire track. When you go through Cunningham, obviously a little bit more awkward with the 77 Proton Commander there, going around Collier, this double apex left-hander before we hook it right and go into Tower Corner. Such a difficult corner, this one, but you watch this, just watch the brake. Breathing off nice and early, you're letting the car roll through Tower, back onto the throttle nice and early, and this run up towards Bishop. Not a hard, complicated section, this, when you're running by yourself. When you've got 2-3 cars around you, it can become a little bit trickier as we head up towards the Le Mans Bend and out onto the Ulmann Straight. It is a fantastic track, so anyone who doesn't agree, tough. We're the commentators, we get to say.
And this is going to be the final corner now coming up to Sunset Bend, one of the most popular corners.
It really is. So fun, so tricky. You said before about 1,000 different lines around the corner. It's absolutely right. There's some big bumps. If you take the wrong line, it will bite, and you will go into that barrier on the outside, on the inside. You just go for a spin.
That way, defend or let him go because he's much quicker in the straight compared to me.
T1 as well. We'll just keep our eye on that one. Throw it in. Beautiful corner when you get it right, and there's, like I said, great overtaking opportunity. More important,
I don't think he's saving, so I don't fight. I mean, I'm catching the guy in front.
Which is like, every time you get a corner where you're like, no, it's better to make a move around the outside, you're like, oh, yeah, okay, I like this corner.
Fantastic stuff. Great to have that insight. Great to ride on board with Max Verstappen. And great to have the insight from yourself there, Lewis, as well, as we watch Max Verstappen now. He's dropped back a little bit with that traffic, so that'll play back into his hands eventually when Juven comes across a similar problem. Artur Rougier is catching Luke Browning. Jesper Pedersen has just passed Raffaele Marciello as well. So we've got battles going on. Brabham are doing very well in this race. They're up P7. Scoombillet is going really well. They're only 3 seconds back from the number 8 RHG. This has been a really strong race for the Brabham team. They got P8 in the first race of the season, and they've just gone up into P6. What's happened to RHG in the 8?
Yeah, I think
they've just dropped a couple of places.
I think Rougier's had a bit of a problem here in that 8. Artur Rougier's dropping down the
order, isn't he? So something has happened to the number 8.
I think it's been settled, because I don't think he's dropping any further back, is Rougier, so staying ahead of...
He lost 15 seconds through the first sector. There he is.
It's yeah, the car's not moving right. You can tell there's a lot of damage on the front end, and that car is not moving right. You can see it going into Tower, the way it was wobbling. Unfortunately, I think the 8, you can see it's kind of crabbing ever so slightly. This is going to be scary. No,
that's a real shame. After all the hard work they put in to recover from that grid place drop of 10 places, Artur Rougier unfortunately has had some sort of issue. We're going to take a look at it in just a second, but here we go, Lewis. Let's have a look at it.
Yeah, see what happens to Rougier. We're on board with a number 8.
Oh no!
Now that comes across as someone that was looking at something data.
Lapsing
yeah, like I said, when you've got all this data on your screen, sometimes a little bit too much, you don't focus on what you're doing. Probably looking, maybe you have to switch fuel modes, brake bias, anything like that. Artur Rougier is staying out, and you can see that car is going to be impossible to drive. And the thing is, it's probably going to get worse as the tyres wear. You can see how much it's sliding through T1, through T3 there. Don't get me started on American corner numbers. That was the other hill that I'll die on. There's American corner numbers. Turn 1 is turn 1, and then turn 2 is actually turn 3 around here, because of course it is, wouldn't it be? But yeah, you can see that car is not having a good time with it.
Now we are getting close. Here we can see the Marla car. Some of the standouts for me got to be Marla. P1 Esport are doing absolutely brilliant in this race as well. P1 Esport and Marla have done superb jobs. P1 coming up from P9. Marla started on the back row of the grid in 15th place. They now run in P6. What a superb performance it has been from Marla. They've played the long game, and it's paying off for them so far. There is still some way to go in this, but D'Alessandro is chasing down P1 Esport now. Out front, Porsche Coanda, 10 seconds apart. Max Verstappen is dropping back a little bit from those two. And then we have the likes of AMG Team Petronas next along. And that is now almost coming up to 100 laps completed, Lewis.
Yeah, fantastic race. It has been. Began in the bright sunshine with a bit of an incident on the race start, a cluster coming into the initial start on that start-finish straight before we even got down into the first corners. A couple of cars being bitten already. The race down to the first corner would happen, and of course in the GTE category, a little bit of side-by-side, a little bit of feisty fisticuffs, but everything was absolutely fine. Fordzilla getting into a little bit of a calamitous affair with some of the GTEs up and over the curbs going into Bishop, being spun round into the path of the number 8 R8G, and the big spin coming out on board with the Triple 8 rather. A little bit of contact there. Not too bad though. The Triple 8 got away with it. The Fordzilla did not, as ProDrive Fire were battling it out with that Ferrari a bit further down in the GTE standings. A bit too deep on the brakes. The 95 went and out towards the barrier. Thankfully, both of them being saved on that occasion. Bit of contact between GR Vector and Satellite that sent them straight out into the barrier. Unfortunately, ending some decent pace they had and giving the 64 a lot more issues in the race. The number 8 had a little bit of wide moment going through the first corner. Marcel Cinchik behind the wheel. By the time he handed over though to his teammate Yuri Toman, things were looking pretty solid for the team. The 44 ARC Bratislava getting into the 88 and then getting into the 22 as well. Straight out of the pit lane, Rocket Sinsports went, and the number 44 causing this incident straight into the rear end of that 22, sending them straight out down the escape road at turn 3 and out towards the barrier. Traffic navigation was a big part
without,
of the
I
day.
mean, also normally
Well on it,
had normal traction
moment,
control, so I don't
between
know,
them and the
but I think
101
just
GR Vector car that sent them
aggressive on throttle.
sideways going into Cunningham. Then brilliant battle between the 51, of course, the SF Velas car against the Proton Commander. It was on the edge of their seat between them. They were battling over the race lead and then off strategy with everyone down the order. The two AMG cars between Williams and Petronas were switching over a little bit before this incident, as Graham Carroll was to the inside of Nikodem Wisniewski. A little bit of a pinch from Wisniewski, who received the warning for it, and a spin for him, unfortunately dropping them off the back of the train, wearing out the tyres ever so slightly, and meaning there's a lot more work to be done. The number 2 versus the number 8, brilliant battle between these two. We saw time and time again, couple of little taps between the two, including that one sending Bennett out a little bit wide and Yuri Toman hanging on to the position before we saw this Mexico Racing team unfortunately ahead of literally the entire field that were battling over that 4th position. AMG Petronas managed to just get through. R8G and Redline did not, however, and a couple of squeezes as they were all trying to work their way past the issue. Mexico Racing team getting a drive-through penalty for that incident. Unfortunately, a lot of people footing the bill on that one. The number 1, Max Verstappen, against Roman Grosjean, the battle of two heavyweights of the motorsport world, and of course a switch. It was all for track position rather than race position though, as Roman Grosjean was put a lap down by the 2-time Formula 1 world champion, who was behind the wheel and absolutely flying to try and catch. This happened fairly recently. Rougier behind the wheel, a lapse in concentration for the number 8, sent out into the barrier.
How much
massive
ammo
spin
fuel?
and some very heavy damage on the number 8 R8G machine that had worked its way up after the 10th place grid penalty to well inside the top 10. They've been into the pit lane recently, meaning they are
need to
not
tell
going
us
to
on
be
the straight,
inside the top
main straight.
10. A top 10
What's
that is
your
dominated
fuel
by
level?
Porsche Commander with a
38,
1-2 at the
7.
moment, 9 and a bit seconds between the two
Which
of
place
them.
on the track?
9 and a bit seconds clear of Max Verstappen. James Bulber behind the wheel with the 63 before we get to Team Redline, and Luke Browning in 5th position. Moving down the
Tell me
order,
on the
a few
start finish line,
that might be surprising down, of course, R8G that have been pushed down with that number 8 after returning to the pit line. Alpine Esports and Team Ford's a little bit further down than where they would expect to be before we can see our race leaders in the GTE category. Sim Maranello have been dominant all day, 4.7 seconds clear of BMW Team Redline. They're trying to find their way to close back in. Satellite at the bottom, unfortunately, with a rough day, but they are still going. All of our runners remain out on circuit. McCarthy's been off. He's got to go and get grilled. Someone who certainly has been fairly recently had a bit of grilling of the commentator kind. I hope you found it all right. Ben Constantin is back in the commentary booth, please.
33 laps to remaining.
Yeah.
Not long. But great to have Porsche Coanda 1-2 right now, being chased down by Max Verstappen. The 63 in 4th position. The 53 was battling with it, wasn't he? Nikita Wisniewski. And that is a spin by that car, all on his own. Raffaele Marciello now aboard the machine. Plenty of experience on R-Factor 2. Raffaele Marciello, who's also been participating on ACC thanks to his involvement in GT3 racing.
And he also won Le Mans Virtual 2020.
And the first Le Mans Virtual winner,
Yeah, unfortunately, not having a great time of it here. Simsa versus Proton Coanda. It's the 88 Proton Coanda, though. A little bit further down the order, the two of them battling over 12th position, just outside of the top 10. Simsa just about hanging on to it. I think that Simsa looks actually really good in this live.
Yeah, is it going to get dark by the end? It looks like it might.
I think it might, yeah. I wasn't expecting it to. But when you go and look at those highlights, you think, wow, it was bright earlier on as the 71 comes into the pit lane for what will be their final stop of the race. We're in that window where it is the last stop for the GTEs, and that's why you can see pretty much all of them are in the pit lane.
Yeah, it looks as a bit concerning for some of them in the early running who had to pit at 50 minutes and at 45 minutes, but it has now kind of shaken out so that most of them are within that 1 hour window, so they can go to the end without having to worry too much about fuel saving. SF Velas is one of those cars which is out of sequence.
Same with ProDrive Fire as well. Those two will be having to make another pit stop in this race, which will relinquish the lead back over to ProDrive Fire, you would expect. As we can see the 66 coming through there, as you saw all of them in the pit lane. Very, very busy on pit lane between those GTs because everyone's coming in. It's quite a long stop as well, so hopefully safe releases and all that.
It will be interesting to know the gap between SF Velas and Sim Maranello once this stop is done. 34 seconds it is. Now, I reckon if you need to go into the pits and do a bit of a splash and dash, it's going to be about 40 seconds. So depending on how long SF Velas and ProDrive can go for, they obviously have to do an extra stop. But actually, it's not all lost for those guys if they can get a little bit of an advantage in this last stint.
Vissa behind the wheel of the Mahler Racing team. Seen I do a fair few races in sim racing, including the Le Mans Virtual Series, so looking great behind the Mahler Racing team. They've struggled a little bit today. Of course, Mohamed Patel, Michele Di Alessandro behind the wheel of the car, but alas, Vissa taking it to the checker flag. I've said before with the SFLS strategy, I don't agree with it, and I'm not sure it's going to work. And then, again, you're absolutely right. The kind of the closer you get into it, the more it's like, if they do take a splash, if they don't take tyres, I mean, you really shouldn't take tyres if you are doing slightly shorter than that. I'd just risk it for a chocolate biscuit and see what happens.
Drive-through penalty is 32 seconds. So if you, I think you've got to stop and start again. But how long do you need to stop for?
I think they need to stop for like they're going to have to put probably about 20 laps of fuel.
Depends how far they get.
That's true, but I think based on where they did stop last time, which was pretty much about 20 laps ago, actually. Even if they put in a full tank there and they do the full 33, they're going to probably have to put in. It's only 10-15 laps from this point, so they're going to have to put in a bare minimum 15, probably close to 20 laps of fuel. And I think the fuel fill rate in the GTs, I'm pretty sure it's about 3 litres a second. And I think a lap around here is probably not far off about 3 litres. Something in it's
so 3 seconds a lap. It's a big stop.
You're talking 15-20 seconds stationary minimum.
Yeah.
At which point, like I was, when Chris asked earlier, like, how far do they have to be ahead? I said about a minute is where I would be. Because even if they were to do that and they were to come out as the leader and they weren't to take tyres, they would just do it as a fuel stop. They're going to be on more worn tyres comparatively to those they're fighting with, which is where you need a little bit extra space. I'm not sure it'll work, but again, as I was saying earlier, I respect the fact that they've tried something and they've not just gone, wow, everyone else is going to do a 3-stop strategy, so we'll just do the same thing. Like, no, do you know what? Why not? Give something a go.
And also, Sim Maranello are going to be pushing so hard in the 26 car because they've got the championship leader in GTE, Enzo Benito, in the 71 chasing them down, and only 3.3 seconds separating the two of them. So they can't cruise to victory and get caught out. They are going to have to push so hard. The only safe will be if they start squabbling Sim Maranello and BMW, but in doing so, slow their pace down.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see if there's anything that might come of it. We'll focus a little bit on the LMP category because Mac Backham here on our screen at the moment leading the way I know there's a lot of people that'll be like, well, Max Verstappen's in for a super stint at the moment. I said earlier, I think he's have to do one of the most incredible stints I've ever seen in sim racing, and I've seen a lot of stints in sim racing, trust me. He is running roughly the same pace as our race leader, so that gap ain't moving from 19.2 seconds. So, like I said, for me at the moment, I don't know if you agree, Ben, but this is Porsche's to lose.
Oh yeah,
they are in the driving seat big time.
But let's not ruin the anticipation of the last 30 laps. I think there's a definite possibility that Max could get himself up into second and split those two Porsche Coanda cars. The more favoured in the championship is the number 20. That is sitting in 4th in the championship. The leader of our race right now sits in 8th in the championship with almost half the points. Yeah. So Porsche Coanda will actually want to switch those two around for the sake of the championship, because it's very unlikely that the 23 can win the championship from as far down as 8th position, even if there are double points available for Le Mans.
Yeah, I do agree. I think,
but you can't manipulate it when they've got Verstappen chasing you.
Exactly. I was like, if they were 30 seconds clear, then they could manipulate
25 and 5.
The fact that there is only 10 seconds back to that Team Redline car. If there is a track to not mess about with on those kind of things, Sebring is right up there, because, like you say, you'll try and manipulate, you'll try and bring it more into your favour, and the track will bite you, courtesy of lap traffic or anything. There's so many reasons why this track will bite. It's why we love coming racing here, because this is a great example of the race definitely isn't done until it's
but
done.
But why save so much compared before?
Whereas here, nah. A lapse of concentration we saw from Arthur Rougier. Right, that was mad. That was
and you spin.
I've not
lost
seen that
half a liter.
Kind of level in a long time.
I was always under
Rougier
3-3.
It's no slouch or stranger to sim racing. He's incredibly fast, and I don't really understand how. The only thing I can think of, and it would be amazing to see, whether he was reaching down for a cup of water, or have been distracted by somebody, or an animal. Not be the first time that a cat has jumped on your lap, for instance.
So much.
It just seems weird to drive off the circuit and hit a bridge.
I think, like I say, my record, I agree. Either messing about with something or looking onto another screen for like I say, I said maybe he was looking at data or whatever, or was trying to fiddle about on the wheel. These cars have got brake bias and fuel maps and whatnot. It's not a crazy amount you can change whilst moving. I think it's equal to those two, but still might have been fiddling about with some of that. Maybe even fiddling about with stuff for the pit stop to make sure the right driver was selected, even though they've already on their driver's slot. You know what I mean?
I think I'd do that on the Allman Straight,
100%. But because of how the gurney bend
when
is,
you can please tell me your tire use
I'll just do
22.5 and on the Rolex board
don't underestimate it. There is a
22.3.
wall that you get very, very close to that people don't even realise how close you get to it. Arthur Rougier
Target 321
realises now how close you get to it.
So many of these teams, so many of these pro drivers using this opportunity as a warm-up to the Le Mans 24 Hours coming up in the middle of January. And with the result that we have right now, the field will close up for our double points final round, as the Alpine there, which we haven't seen too much of, is that making up a position? It is a battle down at 16th position here between Sem9 Axel and Alpine Esports.
Yeah, they didn't qualify particularly well yesterday after some issues, and they've not had the greatest day here, but Collins Brook still trying to do something for the team. Rory McDuff started it. Of course, Lehman did the middle stint, their pro driver who had a bit of PC issues. Tom Larty not doing this round, who was the one I expected to do it because Collins Brook doesn't like Sebring for some reason. But alas, down the order in 16th. They're a team that definitely expects to be fighting inside the top 10. They've got the pace to be, but sometimes you can have the pace, but if you don't have the luck, you don't have the I don't really know what else.
If you don't have the luck, then you don't have the luck.
Well, it just doesn't come together, and it just hasn't come together. The thing is, I don't like saying luck sometimes, because it's like, is it luck all the time? I think sometimes luck is that thing in motorsport and sim racing where people go, we just had some bad luck. And I was like, are you sure you just had some bad luck, or did you make some mistakes?
Yes, exactly. It's not all, but I think luck does exist as a concept.
Big time. I mean, two major things in sim racing that people don't really tell you when you start learning. Luck is a major factor, and things aren't fair.
Life isn't fair.
Exactly.
That's a great lesson to be taught age 0.
Yeah, too right.
Have
you told baby Lola that yet?
Absolutely. Whether it be in the world of virtual racing or real racing or just life. It's generally not fair. Grosjean here is looking at potentially trying to get himself to 14th position. That's what we were watching just a few moments ago. He's in the RHE 18 car, which is now the better car with Arthur Rouget's big old hefty crunch earlier on. What a bad day for RHE. I mean, it started off so well yesterday with their pace in qualifying, obviously then put into the middle of the pack after their discretions last round, and it really hasn't kind of worked out. The Grosjean Beche car was never really expected to do great guns anyway, but you would have hoped that the 8 would have been a lot higher than it has become.
I think I'm okay on fuel because my steering wheel can do 5 laps more after this.
To cover up the order. But 8 laps, 15 laps ago, whatever, it's still 30, 40 short of the end, and so there's no point in leading at that point, or getting in position inside the top 5, whatever. You want to be in position.
You want to know at the tire.
Lights are now required on all cars on track. Headlights and rear lights are now required on all cars on track. Thank you.
Some of the shots that you're seeing on screen, Rory, says it confirms it is going to be dark.
Yeah,
100%.
Pit entry, I have 16.2
flag being flown, and you can really tell right now because it's dipping below the horizon. It's going quick. Looks good though.
I'm surprised, therefore, that we've got so many real-world drivers in these final stints. Giant Guven, all right, fine. There's plenty of them that also have incredible pedigree in terms of the sim world, Guven being one. But you've got Guven, Verstappen, Baldwin, Luke Browning. That is 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Semimati Trogan somehow is still classed as a real-world driver. And then Skelton, Marciello, Van Uitert. And we can continue. Grosjean, Rouget, Benyaya. Thomas Eng is in the ARC Bratislava. I didn't actually check his age, but Thomas Eng driving for ARC Bratislava. GT have gone a different way. There's only Dennis Lind, the real-world driver, and Butz Gavissa in their field. And it's getting tight now, Lewis. BMW Team Redline, 1.6 back from Sim Maranello for what we think is the lead of the race.
I believe that is the actual race. There's 51 at the moment. SFLS Esports, they are off strategy. We are awaiting a stop for the 51, but you're absolutely right. 2nd and 3rd, what will come, we believe, will become the race lead. Lorenzo Risi, Enzo Benito, very, very close. I've got to say, Dennis Lind, got to give him a shout out. Love myself a little bit of Dennis Lind, of course, British GT champion last year and all-round superstar in the world of sim racing and motorsport. And I've got to say, Oracle Red Bull Racing Esports, I don't know if they're awaiting another pit stop. I don't believe so. I think they've accounted for the same level of stop. From what I'm seeing, they've done the same level of stop as everyone else in the category. I think they have done an amazing job to recover in a Porsche which has been unfavoured around Sebring.
Okay, should I join the server?
It's not a circuit which was ever thought to run well for them, and from the Red Bull, from the Porsche point of view, and they've done absolutely brilliant. Now, as we can see, with it being night, headlights have to be on. That will be forced in-game, by the way, for anyone at home not knowing. That will be, there'll be a pop-up. If you don't turn it on, the game will automatically disqualify you at this point. You have to have them on. And if not, if the game doesn't automatically disqualify you for whatever reason, Eduardo Freitas will.
Yeah, but he didn't give Graham Carroll a penalty for knocking off his teammate.
Oh, well, the AMG aren't teammates, and it was ish. It was deduced to be a squeeze for Nikodem Wisniewski. I think they saw it from up above and whatnot, and went that way. But I believe it was classified as a squeeze. We ride on board with Enzo Benito, car ahead. Again, we believe this is going to be the battle for the race lead in that GTE category. It's very tight indeed. You can see that throttle input. Benito's feeling confident, feeling pacey, feeling in control in a circuit which, whilst we've said it's not really a Porsche track, it's really been more Ferrari focused, what we saw in qualifying. And as we ride on board with BMW, I know you can't really hear it for whatever reason, but the BMW is firing on all cylinders at the moment to try and catch that Sim Maranello car.
Are you sure it's not an electric?
Yeah. we are getting it, so obviously we can hear the curbs and whatnot, but there is no engine noise coming from this.
That's really weird.
This BMW.
9.8.
It's very bizarre. It is very bizarre. It's
and you can hear the
the
other
LMPs
car going past.
I can hear the LMPs going through. I have had that problem when driving.
Because there is, I mean, there's 2 volume settings, isn't there? You can
a lot of volume settings.
Yeah, you have the volume of the curb strikes and a different volume setting for the engine noise.
Yeah, but you've got one for your engine noise, one for opponent engine noise. You can really put it into a position where you're comfortable, because I've had it before where I've done some racing and you're trying to hear. You do a lot more driving on audio than people kind of think. Like, you know, every gear.
Fuck this channel again. How many laps?
Stuff. A lot of it you go on audio, right? And to be able to adjust that to be just right is very, very important. And the last thing that you want, and I have had this before, where I'm driving and all I can hear is the car that's right behind me. It was at a point in the race where I was almost tempted just to pull over and be like, no, I'm done with this. I've had enough. This is because it's annoying. It's so annoying. You can't concentrate.
I said this earlier on the race, early on the weekend, I should say. If I was to choose a sim racing team of 3 of these drivers, this is the team I would choose. But Van Buren, Benito, Siggy. What a lineup.
Superstar team. I mean, Redline have got some quality drivers, but hot dang.
Oh, SFLS into the pits. So they still have to fuel, as you quite rightly said, for 23 laps. So this is not going to work out for Velas right now. What they will have is, if they do tyres, could potentially do a full stint.
Tyres have been done.
Tyres being done. Yeah. So they're going to be dropping down here to behind the BS BMW, I'd have thought, and maybe even to the Oracle Red Bull. Let's see. But they're going to have a fresh set of boots.
Yeah,
fresher.
They could potentially, depends on where they come out in comparison to that BS car. I mean, they might be in 4th, which would be great. They might be able to challenge for a podium. Genuinely.
Yeah, no, exactly. They could push back up. Let's have a look.
Yeah, potentially.
Still with the P beside their name. Still waiting for them to come in, and Simsa doing the same thing. So they have to worry about Simsa. Oracle Red Bull would be the next one to worry about as we turn our attention back to the LMP category.
Christian Michael, by the way, getting back in behind the wheel of SFLS. Of course, we saw the longest stint being done from Casper Stolz. I'm not sure if Spheres must have been in recently. I have the inkling that Christian Michael might have done the initial part of the race. So Jordan Spheres has just got in, that's why Christian Michael did that stint, so he's going to tick off his timer now as Brabham Esports were out wide. I just want to speak very quickly of timing, of driver timing, because I didn't notice on the form that we've got here for the protest sheet that I believe that that the 888 might have exceeded the 2-hour maximum limit that Risto Kappa was in, but that'll be investigated post-race, so tough.
Here is SF.
One more lap.
Then the 51 has found itself right under the rear wing of the
check the
machine. So
fuel on the main straight.
P1 Esport into 6th position in class, but they have fresher tyres than Mikael Jensen ahead. But the gaps are big, so they really took a long time in the pit stop. Trying to get around the outside. Have they got the space to then have the inside line for the next corner? They've got the leader second position just behind, and there's no way through here. And this is a big problem, actually, moreover, for Aychan Guven, who finally has the ability to get past, but will have lost a chunk of time there as the 2 GT cars were squabbling. And you don't want to be losing time when Max Verstappen's breathing down your neck.
Yeah, also look at how close.
How much tyres left?
This is for 5th and 6th, so Jordi Spears getting past Marcus Jensen, but I did see that BMW Team Redline versus Sim Maranello was separated by a whopping 0.3 of a second. Less than that even now. Enzo Benito all over the rear end. The battle for the race lead in GTE coming up to 20 laps to go.
Little bit of fuel saving going into the braking zone there, not straight onto the brake after fading off the accelerator. So there still is a need for some of these drivers to not drive at the absolute limit, and that's where we're going to see SF Velas chomping away at the gaps to the cars ahead, because these guys have all got to stretch to a full hour, whereas SFLS just have to go straight on. So all is not lost for them. To get themselves up onto the podium would be tough. They've got 20 seconds to Oracle Red Bull. But that
Okay,
also
so
means
no
that when
damage,
we see
full
an attack
tank, no tires,
from
and
the
me.
BMW, it's not quite as aggressive as we might usually see.
Yeah,
There goes Thomas Enger
Copy.
round the outside of the BMW. Enger's 46 years old.
Shout on the pit
Yeah.
end.
Goodness me.
I said he was 50 earlier on, so I do
Watch out.
apologise.
That's brutal, yeah. You just sort of, I don't think we'll be too happy with the eco, so it's almost as unhappy as Jack Keighley.
Had 0.30 of margin.
That was sacrilege. Either way, tight battle. I agree with you. I actually don't think that BMW Team Red Line are going to do too much straight away. I think there's a little bit of fuel game going on here.
Okay, switch it off.
I think Red Line will just want to sit here and be patient, and they are confident. See some LMPs coming into the pit lane, so the last stops
didn't
in the
select the
LMP
button to
category
switch off
coming in.
engine.
Enger we had Moguli in, of course, one of the drivers that took part in the Le Mans Virtual Cup. Romain Grosjean into the pit lane. I did see Alessandro Ottaviani in recently. Oh my goodness, what's happening there? A bit of a squeeze
Just
there.
roll the car,
With
okay?
the Team Red Line car, who's not in its box. Which Red Line car is that?
That's the number 2, because Verstappen's already come out.
Yeah, what? That squeeze? Okay, so there is a thing about the fast lane taking priority and all that, but that was
Thank you.
very
Fuck.
Well, it's
Thought
kind
the
of-
spin
it was a
was
good
not
little battle,
so
wasn't there,
slow,
between
but fuck.
Floyd Van Wall and next view Van Wall and the second of the Team Redline cars. It's going to be a slow stop for Luke Browning.
Yeah, very slow. I mean, he had to do
What lap
he had
time
to-
they were
to
doing
reverse it
together?
about 8 times to try and get it out from behind the ARC Bratislava car. So that number 2 car's lost a lot of time. And the ARC Bratislava, I don't know. Like I say, it'll be race control will be investigating.
Sammy
that
was
one. I
doing
have
6,
no doubt.
7,
Just
7,
squeezed
0. Yeah,
straight
to me
towards
actually.
the,
I fucked up, yeah.
Back on board there.
Yeah, it's
with
okay.
Enzo
Just let me
Benito
focus. We
right
can
in
catch them.
front.
Yeah,
TTE
ciao.
category, and not very much time between them. I don't feel that BS Competition and Ferris Stanley will be able to close. I think they will close in, and at the moment, the rate, if they are going to stay this close, it's about a second a lap faster that Ferris Stanley's going. But I do get the feeling that these two have a bit more pace in this.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
What they're showing.
I mean, Enzo Benito is in pouncing position there, isn't he? Could easily send it down the inside if he wanted a last lap gasp, but we still have 20 laps remaining of this race, and therefore it's a better, tighter line through the first part of Sunset, but the Ferrari tends to apex later to get a better drive off the corner. That's what it needs. And indeed, Enzo not with enough space. And look at the gap that's created on the exit.
Great drive off from Sim Marinello. You can see how much more of the circuit Enzo
Okay,
Benito's confident
who's
using
the
a bit of slide there.
guy I can
this
catch?
could be an opportunity. Enzo Benito might go for it. You can see Sim Marinello feeling the need to defend. And the thing is, when you feel the need to defend, Enzo Benito, any chance of him sat behind waiting for the slipstream is going to go. Coming up towards turn 5, he was almost going for it to try and get past Lorenzo Arisi. Still, Arisi off the corner quite nicely. The head round Gurney bend and the straight line speed of the Ferrari will be more than enough at the moment to keep the BMW Team Redline at bay, but they are beginning to fight.
So much pressure on Lorenzo's shoulders with Redline behind. Let's not forget that Sim Marinello have not even stood on the podium so far this season. 4th, their best result in the short race at Monza, roughly the same distance as we are racing today. But they only sit down in 7th position. This is the incident we saw with Thomas Eng going into the pits and squeezing Luke Browning.
Drive-through for Luke Browning.
Eng's coming into the pits there, and a very fast 5-point turn from Luke Browning to get himself back out onto circuit. However, he's now 32 back from James Baldwin.
The fact that he had already stopped does genuinely change it just a touch, because it's kind of like, well, yeah, but you had already stopped, which means you were released out into the side of another car, which you would almost classify as an unsafe.
So I need to push now.
Right, okay. That does change it ever so slightly, so race control might take a slightly dimmer view on the number 2. That said, whether you give them a penalty for it, I don't know, don't really think that they've already paid their price when it comes to it, but yeah.
I didn't actually compromise ARC very much, did it?
Exactly. Like ARC Bratislava probably Didn't know they were there. Yeah, exactly. It's the number 2 that was cost all of the time. It's a bit slow there out on the exit of Sunset from the number 71. Sun definitely has set, by the way. You can see how dark it's got on track as the number 20 comes into the pit lane. And of course, a lot of the other...
They killed each other. Roger and Dandy. Browning is in front of us?
Once again giving his Italian counterpart some real hassle here. Trying to find a way. Driving penalty for unsafe release. Number 2. That's the red line. That's for Luke Brown. They're already inserting it. They're coming into the pit lane right now and back out. So it has been done. Yeah. I mean, like I say, whether I know they were the one that paid the higher price for it, but it was an unsafe release. It's black and white. If you were released,
so I need to catch Browning for seconds. Is he saving?
Doesn't matter, it's still within the rules. He's putting them behind Simoncic in the number 4. That's its 6th position now for Floyd Van Wilburst. Behind the 5 Williams Esports. So they have to throw the ball that. There's 39 seconds between Williams and AMG Petronas, who's 4th with James Baldwin just 4.7 seconds back from Max Verstappen. All the hype about Max closing down the 2 Porsches. We didn't really consider our winners from last time out. James Baldwin here could be creating a fight for the last podium spot. Yeah, and like I say, absolutely flying up the order. You've got, I was going to say one of the best in the world in motorsport versus one of the best in sim racing, but let's be honest, they're both very happy with sim racing. And let's be honest, if you put Baldwin in the Formula 1 car, maybe he wouldn't be Max Verstappen tomorrow, but he could have the possibility for it. He is one of the people that just deserves a big pile of cash delivered on his front door and to show the world what he can do. In the 24 hours of Spa with half an hour of practice, he was 10th fastest in his qualifying session against people and 60 up 5 other cars who've done the season. Yeah. Unbelievable, incredible performance, especially like, again, like with all the experience. I know he's done a season with British GT, but still 2 years ago. Yeah, I was going to say. Counts for nothing. Exactly. I was going to say, when it comes to relative experience, when it comes to just GT racing generally.
Sorry.
That's 2 years lifetime, and yeah, to kind of jump in and just be going straight out and have the bravery to attack Spa as well, like all tracks. Yeah, there are not many that you can attack that hard in Spa because of places like Oak Ridge Valley. In sim racing, you do it 1,000 times. Oh, I've crashed forever to hit escape. In motorsport, you've got to build up, you've got to build that confidence. You've only got half an hour to do it. Well, that is like 10 laps basically. So
So yeah, good luck. It's tough, real tough. That's the difference between the world and motorsport and world simulation. Chatting Dennis Lynn about this when he did Bathurst a few years ago, and he was like, "Oh yeah, we had about 10 laps for the qualifying." I was like, "Bathurst?" I was like, "Yeah, that's pretty good." Yeah. And I'm like, "I'd want at least." I'm like, "Nah, give me 200, mate. I might be alright." That does make a huge difference. And remember also, you don't have to pay an entry fee to get into a virtual circuit. You don't have to pay for tyres. You can go testing every day, all night, however long you want. There's never a red flag. And if you crash, you just press reset and you can have a brand new car again. You can't do any of that in the real world. And so these virtual races are so well prepared in comparison. Although I was told just now, Max Verstappen didn't have a pedal set until yesterday. So his preparation was limited by the fact that he didn't have any arm. Well, I mean, this is where you need to go down the summer pageant. Have 2 sets of hardware, just in case one fails, so that you can unplug it, throw one out of the way, throw the second in, plug that in, and away we go, lads, into the next portion of the race. So
legendary scenes from the world of the virtual
drive-through penalty for the 62 Bradleys, which causing a collision with the triple 4 Vandal. I don't think anyone's particularly shocked. Another look at that incident. Obviously, they're running in 8th position. I mean, it's an awful bump. Had they held position here, it probably wasn't a penalty, but the fact they drove forward into the line, same as what we saw earlier, there was nothing that Vandal could do. Yeah, I mean, you can't really argue that one too much.
No, not really. If you spin, keep your foot on the brake. That's what they tell you in the arrive and drive karting places of the world.
Stationary cars are a moving car, so you've got to treat it like that. And well, she's judging it ever so slightly when it's
15 laps remaining. 15 laps for Enzo Benito to find a way past this Ferrari. How much is he taking out of his tyres? Is he saving fuel to be able to turn that wick up a little bit? He knows that the BMW doesn't have the straight line speed that the Ferrari does, and therefore the Ferrari getting a little bit squirrely with the back marker getting past him there. And 15 laps equates to about 50 kilometres.
Yeah.
10% of our race still.
Whoa! Okay, he was looking for it there. Going for that. I mean, Le Mans was not really gone for it, especially when the Ferrari's got slightly better straight line speed than the BMW. But here we go. It's roughly, based on where we are, it's around 20 minutes left in this race, roughly. Something in that way. Slightly longer than 20 minutes, 20-25 minutes, somewhere in that vein. So we should be done slightly shy of the hour, which means it would be ever so slightly faster than last year. I think last year it was 4 hours 7 minutes last year. We're aiming to go faster than that to prove that we're better than those.
Why have we gone faster than last year? Tyres are different?
Tyres are slightly different, yeah. Also the track temperature might be slightly different than last year. It's slightly cooler generally this year than it was last year, which is just a thanks race. But the thing is,
sniff.
Is he going for it? There he is.
Side by side for the lead of the race. Down the inside goes Enzo Benito to move the 71 ahead of the Ferrari that's led from the very beginning. There's back markers involved, there's LMP cars involved. The Ferrari's going to try and fight back, moves onto the racing line. Benito is on the defensive inside line here into the braking zone, so there's no way really to go around the outside, but there's still plenty of opportunities if an LMP car fires its way down the inside of this little battle that we have for the lead of the race with less than 50 kilometres remaining. Again, looks to the inside. Remember, the Ferrari is fast at top end speed and again draws alongside into the braking zone, but Enzo's got it coming.
Yeah, that was really nice stuff from Enzo Benito, but I can tell you if Lorenzo Risi can keep up going onto the Oldman Straight, this is where it's very, very important. We had the overlapped qualifying lap for the top 3, and you can see at this point Kevin Sickie behind the wheel of 71 looking really, really good at this point, actually pulling clear of the two Ferraris. Once they got through this sector though, those Ferraris are absolute bullets in a straight line comparatively to that BMW, and so we'll have to wait and see if the Sid Maranello car goes on to do. But that bit of lap traffic, that Porsche, I think it's just separated them enough. And weirdly enough, the Porsche Commander car might have actually just helped Team Red Line there in their charge and their pursuit for victory. Sid Maranello been fantastic this weekend, and as you quite rightly pointed out, with slightly different tyres, really the medium
same time, they should come in potentially a little bit better 5-10 laps into the stint. The medium tyre might be better at the very end of this race, but they still need to keep in touch. And Enzo Benito checking out here in the BMW that took pole position and took victory last time out. At Spa-Francorchamps leads our championship by over 12, by 11.5 points, and now is checking out as well. The gap growing in their championship as Oracle Red Bull Racing having a pretty miserable day. Although up to 4th position in class now with Dennis Lynn, 19 seconds off Stanley in 3rd position for PS competition. This will be a big moment for Sebring, by the way. This will be their 5th victory in the Le Mans Virtual Series. How incredible is that? 3 last year, the 2nd one already of the year. Considering we don't have many races in this every single year, it shows how strong they are. Well, it's got a pretty amazing line. Pretty stunk. I mean, like I say, if you cross the line, you get beat by a lineup, you look at it and you think, nah, it's alright. As the years have gone on, I had a championship a few years ago, 2016, and we got beat by Niko and Brzezinski and Ash Gergis. And as the years have gone on, I've got less disappointed in that victory. I'm like, I got beat by them guys. So I was like, no, it's right. Who's the 4th driver in that car as well? Oh, Van Buren, Enzo, Siggy. Can't remember who the 4th. No, it's with old age, my knowledge goes. So we'll have to wait and see. The number 20, though, they've done something. They've gone a little bit longer than 23 than their teammates. And now they're starting to catch 23. You were talking about 23 potentially. If you were Porsche Commander, you might think the 20's ahead. Would you switch them? Would you let them? I think just let them fly, because I actually don't think that 23 is far enough behind to have that back-to-back victory here in Le Mans. I just don't see it. I don't see it. Knowing last year, 21 placed fourth, 19 points different, leading the championship, 66 points. So another 26 points ahead of the leading Porsche Commander car, with just 3.5 seconds between the top two and 20 seconds now to Verstappen in the red line 1-1. Absolutely unswitchable. You're still going to get a 1-2, and you might still have somebody in the championship. 20 points is basically 2nd position in this race.
But would you do that at Le Mans? Would you switch them at Le Mans?
Well, yeah, if that's the question of 50k or more, absolutely.
There is that. There is absolutely that. I just don't think that I can take some Le Mans victory. And that's where I'm thinking is that if you're switching them here, you have to be ready to switch them Le Mans as well.
As I sat in this chair, the first thing the wise old owl said was, life isn't fair.
Life is not fair. Absolutely. Again, you've got to do it for the team, you've got to represent for the team. And to be fair, Commander are very, very good at that between them. The same as Red Line to a degree. They will sacrifice something for the other if it is, again, for the betterment of the team. So I can see them switching, but I also cannot now switch to the system message them.
Because they're not going to tell you the truth. Have you not learned after 5 rounds of this that when you ask about strategy and about tyres, they are never going to tell you the truth?
To be fair, Zach Campbell was very good with the
I think the key thing here is Max Verstappen's gap has grown so much that I agree with Google is really flying. Here we now look at James Baldwin in the 63, and he is now within 3 seconds of Verstappen. 2.7 the gap. Consistently taking 4 tenths of a second out of Verstappen. We might see the Petronas Mercedes up into 3rd position in this race, and that would mean that they would likely move ahead of their Williams run counterparts in the championship up to 5th.
Yeah, like I say, the 63's having an incredible run of form the last couple of rounds. That victory last round has really given them that boost. The shame for the first round. Again, you can see some issues that were slightly out of their control, but some issues that were slightly in their control, and alas, they were not classified in the Bahrain race, the 8 hours of Bahrain that started out the season. They've had to work very, very hard from that point, and they are really finding their form.
I under one of those lineups, and you just go, oh, wow.
When that lineup was announced, James Baldwin and Graham Carroll moved their respective teams over to Mercedes engine, Petronas eSports stable. I looked at that. I can't say it on air what I said when I saw that lineup, but yes, there was some profanity because I was shocked by how strong that car was. They are an incredibly strong outfit,
And that's a lineup that's remained unchanged throughout the season so far, so they've still got to add a fourth driver.
and they did announce. This is the thing, is that I think because James Bond counts as a pro, is he?
Yeah.
Grant Howard doesn't, Ron House doesn't, Yana Watkins. So they do have to get someone else in.
Was Otmir driven with them from here?
I don't think it was this season, but I would have expected Otmir to have done something, no. Otmir did, of course, do the Pro Series and struggled a little bit with that, but he has liked that.
Well, F1 is done in a couple of weeks' time, so he could still come in and do Le Mans Virtual and have a couple of weeks of practice,
which I'd love to see. But I think the team, they, again, they're not tomorrow. If you had Yana Watkins first, you need to get a pro driver. So you need another pro driver.
You need 2 pro and 2 sim.
Exactly. So you've got James Baldwin as a pro. Then you need to get another pro. Which then if you've got Yana Watkins in as well, then you have to remove one house of Grant Howard.
Yeah, which... I remember we're going to have some special entries just for Le Mans, so there might even be a second car coming.
Yeah, absolutely.
What have we got here then? Ooh, oh dear, that's the 20 machine that's trying to chase down the lead. Helping RHG off the circuit there. Does that change things?
I will say RHG's line was incredibly defensive there against the Porsche Carrera, and I need to see again, but I know it's up to the lapping car to make the move safely, but the car that is being lapped still can't exactly try and be like, well, I'm going to make it really difficult for you. It's like, well, you're going to get pushed off the road. I think that like, might have been squeezed in touch. But I don't know, again, I'm trying to look over that one, and thankfully I'm not there.
I do hope that there's not a penalty coming their way. The gap's grown though with that contact and slow lap from Coogan to 3.5 seconds over Bakken. Baldwin though, who we're watching, continues to lap in 46s and continues to chip away at Verstappen's lead. We have 9 laps remaining. It feels as though potentially we might not have enough laps here. Let's see what's happened. And we're on board with the Pescarolo.
Target 3.45.
Yes.
Didn't get it stopped.
Yeah, BS competition, I think, certainly got a bit of a whack in there, but I think that's where it's more through traffic, right? So the Pescarelli car's committed to a move, then the Arnage has committed to trying to defend the rubber, but also trying to get past BS competition, and then that poor BMW just sat there being like, cheers lads. That's nice one. It's good chat. Ferris Stanley, who has done a couple of rounds of the Le Mans in the LMP category, will probably know how it goes on that side. We'll understand both sides. Check this out. Jordi Spears in the SF Valas Esports Ferrari, just 2.1 seconds now behind Dennis Lynn. That gap, I'm pretty sure I said was 19. Ex-team manager, right? That could be a change, and significant for our championship as well. That could be a change for 4th position. They're not going to be able to go any further up the standings, but that's GTE, something to watch out for, which is led by Enzo Benito. Team Redline now leading by 2.4 seconds over Sim Maranello. It's ebbing and flowing, but ultimately it does feel as though the Ferrari hasn't got the potential to take the victory. Ferris Stanley and BMW Team BS competition in 3rd. A good day for the BMW Works squads. Yeah, again, BS competition doing quite well. 3rd to 12th, and they might have a little more pace to go and capture that. Just a touch at the moment, but it's not the case. You're absolutely right. Yeah, Jordan Spears, Dennis Lynn, that's absolutely going to be a fight soon. I say ex-team manager for like 2 years, but Jordan Spears did raise a similarity.
Verstappen getting caught out by RHG, a bit of a swapper on for James Baldwin, but as they come towards the finishing line to complete 1-2-5, the gap is less than a second. James Baldwin will ride on board with Max Verstappen. Yes, that Max Verstappen is just ahead. And we might see a change here for 3rd position. The #1 Team Redline car leads our championship, but might have some points taken away by that man. Looking cool and collected, James Baldwin in his rig, at home, in the UK. Verstappen at home, in Monte Carlo. Different world worlds between these two, but they're sharing the same track, they share the same love for sim racing, there is no doubt. You just see in 20 minutes. Okay, good. That one's dealt with and moved on. Let's focus on this though, because this is a huge moment. 8 laps remaining. Mercedes versus Red Line. How many times has Max Verstappen battled with a Mercedes on circuit? Bad Brit in a Mercedes. Yeah, the thing is with this, of course, for Verstappen for the title, for the number 1, they finished on the podium in every single one of the rounds thus far. A third, first and a second, looking for their 4th consecutive podium this season. And of course, include Le Mans Virtual last year, technically a 5th consecutive podium. It's the technically the 1, 2, 3 to move over to the 1. Very, very strong being this season. But this was the round where, of course, last season by Collins, first esports, they had a podium in every single round of the season, except this one. Could that actually happen again this year? We'll have to wait and see. Verstappen's feeling the pressure, saw a big kick of oversteer once again, going through Sunset. Baldwin much closer again this lap. This moves surely an almost inevitability, but Verstappen's going to fight it hard. We know what he's like defending and attacking in the real world in Formula 1. He's even more aggressive in sim racing. He always has
I'm gonna use these warnings, okay?
puts him on fine lines and fine margins. Baldwin will know this. I'm sure there are people in his ear saying, just keep calm, judge this correctly. You need to make sure this is a clean move. For AMG team Petronas Esports, it's vital. There's a bit of traffic. There's a BMW in the way for Verstappen. No concern on either of the men's faces on our right-hand side. Still got a decent amount of time to go. Red Bull colours adorn the Red Line car through the Max Verstappen the Verstappen.com livery that car now runs. Notice that there's no Red Bull on Max Verstappen today. He is driving for Red Line. Big pusher of that cap as well. He doesn't just sit behind the scenes and appears every now and then. He does
You know,
help run things. He does
traffic in the good places.
grabs all over the car these days. He is a big part of the Team Red Line camp, but big supporter of them. And it's why they're part of the reasons why they are so strong and such a hard work behind the scenes to get a whole heap of big drivers in the world of motorsport. That is wide again with a lap traffic ahead in the P1 esports car. This is it. This could be it for Baldwin. Can get to the outside of T1. James Baldwin looks to the outside, has the overlap into turn 1. It's very, very bumpy. It's very, very fast. There's no way through, but he tries for the comeback. Side by side on the exit towards turn 2. Verstappen's up on the grass. Verstappen is wide, and Verstappen has let James Baldwin through. Ultimately, there was no defence. There is a little bit of disappointment across Max Verstappen's face. But a beautiful switch back from James Baldwin. Is that a smile I see? I saw as Baldwin worked his way through. Beautiful move. Absolutely beautiful. The comeback was...
Can you tell me the target?
And didn't get stuck behind Verstappen for too long. Didn't go and start struggling, but struggling in that fight. One clean move, back, round the outside, made a nice job of it, didn't overthink it, played the cards right, 63 takes over the podium spot, and it looks like those consecutive podiums could be coming to a close. Baldwin took this car to victory last
3-4-6.
6 hours of Spa, really elevating them up the championship after a DNF in Bahrain and an 8th position only in Monza. The investment from AMG Mercedes, really very new in fact in the world of sim racing. You might not be at home, you might actually just be down the road from where we are here at Brackley, at the Mercedes factory. Baldwin's at home. I'm pretty sure Bonnerhouse, Jana Ottman is, I think Carol might be at home as well. But Bonnerhouse and Jana Ottman, when they race they are absolutely just down the road in Brackley. I don't think though it's set up to have like Baldwin and whatnot in. I hope it might be. That'd be great. I'm going to do it. I'm going to go for the Monza. But for the Le Mans Virtual, we'd almost want them to be in the same place, wouldn't you? Just, I know the world has gone Zoom mad, of course, since the lockdowns and the ability to work remotely, but there's still nothing like being together.
Absolutely. Whilst that battle was going on, by the way, I think Dennis Lynn might have had a touch of a problem in the Oracle Red Bull Racing esports team, because he is now 9 seconds behind the SFLS car that we saw coming through there. So SFLS up now into 4th position, and Dennis Lynn dropping back into 5th. In that number 99 Red Bull. I think I've got to say, for Oracle Red Bull Racing esports, I still maintain that it's actually a good result for them.
Well, let's have a look then at what was going on whilst we were watching Max. Wee, big old switch for 7-9 Axel. Rejoins slowly and gets caught by the Pescarolo. Now, we were talking about Dennis Lynn. This is what's happened. SFLS, Jonas Veers has caught him to the outside, switch back to the inside. Oh no, now how do you judge that one?
Yeah, I've got to say,
Movement the braking?
I don't know. You're switching back there to get to the inside of Dennis. It's a risky move. I said before, you don't really want to go down the inside of the first corner because it's a big pinch point. And
Someone smoke classified.
I don't think it was smoke. I think so. That's what happens when you kick up dirt. When it's dark.
Oh,
it just looks like that. So I don't. No engine got popped. No, it should be okay. But yeah, I don't know how that. I need to see that one time and time again. Up, down, left, and right. It is a bit of a tricky one. When you're going back down the inside that aggressively, you are kind of asking for trouble. But then, of course, with the old red racing car, then paid the price of
yeah, so Dennis Lynn dropping down 9 seconds back. Spheres 26 back from Stanley. Didn't really have a slow lap though.
One more traffic,
Looked
please.
himself up in the 4th position. So, in a way, if you're race control, you might as well just go, you know what, let's leave it. This is a real struggle here. Is this the 20 or 23 trying to get past? There's traffic.
20, second place.
No, so the traffic's not falling very well for Aichangu, but he's dropped down to 4.6 seconds back now from Matt Backup. So the 23 car continues to lead, and it looks more and more likely, like my prediction, is less likely to happen. Because on the last lap, he took 0.4 of a second out of Backup, but on this lap, he's going to drop almost another 2 seconds being caught behind his 240 squabble.
I did mess with that. Gave me the answer I was expecting. The combo is just being had right now. We'll see. It's to be decided. Which I'm like, that does not answer my question.
Number of Christian Horner over there.
Sorry, I'll give Zach Campbell a little bit of a pass because the 3 laps remaining though, he's getting some decent focus.
Gap is growing. Nearly 5 seconds now. If you're going to do it, you don't have to worry too much about Baldwin. It's 23 back. But you need to slow down Matt Backup because over 5 seconds is quite a big chunk to try and give away in 3 laps.
RAG just been in the 18. Oswald Deering has just come in. A pretty little close battle between Alpine and Arnage. Body Sport getting ahead and clearing off from Janus Bachelor. It's battle for 11. Tackinen trying to get past Florian Haas. Project One have struggled a little bit with this round. They've been slightly all over the place. We see dealing with stuff in Simexpo and Bindura Esports with side by side of the hairpin. Big slide there from Florian Haas. And boom, the 88 makes its way through the Proton Commander. That is a pretty tasty move, courtesy of a little bit of a slide off of the hairpin. And that 88 moves up into 11th.
Not a good day for Bindura Esports, who started the year so strongly with what should have been far better. Didn't it? Ended up being in 9th class. That has been their best result all year so far up to this point. And they are 12th in class once more. Unfortunately, will get better here at Sebring. And obviously Oracle up in 5th position, the best of the Porsches. Coanda in their GTE campaign, just not starring really, like you would come to expect from effectively a worked Porsche team.
Yeah, like I say, at the moment, sometimes you have those ups, sometimes you have those downs over a season like this, like we've seen with Bindura. You've got to accept it. sometimes, especially when it comes to experience on the platform, experience in the category. I mean, I'm amazed with how Portugal have actually worked their way up. I know they have their ambition, but how much pace they've found this in the LMP category that they're slightly more unfamiliar with. When you're unfamiliar with a certain category, a car, a platform, whatever, it will always take time to get to grips with it. You can't always just turn it on. Not everyone's Enzo Benito. But right now, you've just got to tick off the laps, tick off the rounds, build the experience, and then focus on potentially throwing everything into that 24-hour Le Mans virtual in around 6 weeks' time. It's halfway through January. 14th and 15th of January, we'll get the third run of the Le Mans virtual. And I've got to say, we've been a part of it for all three, obviously, in January. I'd love it. Huh? No, well, I mean, I've almost been sacked. I think that it depends on when this quiz on. We'll have to wait and see. Desperate to get out.
If you want to see the results of this dreadful quiz that we had to do, you can go onto the social media pages of the More Virtual and see how awful we are at answering questions about, well, silly questions. They're not really even serious questions. No. You had serious questions before. You had like proper motorsport questions. These were silly. Yeah, that's right. Well, I'm highly disappointed not in my performance, but in the question.
I see. That's smart. That's smart.
I've recommended the firing of the question master.
John Racklin, yeah, he should be gone. Yeah, no. Come up with better questions.
But meanwhile, we are not far away from saying the checker flag here at Sebring. We are indeed, and there is still no news from Coanda. 4.6 seconds the gap the last time of asking between Bakum and Archak Guven. It has been as little as half that, and even Verstappen getting close to Baldwin. 1.6 seconds now gap between the two of them. So obviously Baldwin getting caught back with a little bit of traffic on that last lap. All is not lost, all is not done.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, a lot of teams will want this checkered flag to come as quick as possible. Unfortunately, it's not timed; it's just on distance. So you're just hoping that these final 2 laps pass, and then they can all move their attention over into Le Mans. I am being told that the number 51 has been given a drive-through for causing a collision against the Oracle Red Bull. There they are, boom, it's just appeared at the top of the screen. That was for that guy down the side that was adjudicated as being on the fault of Jordi Spears. We only saw it that one time. We'll see it again here, as you will see. Jordi Spears, he goes from one side and then goes back down the other. It's kind of it is a bit of a half-eye. I think it's because he brushed over a little bit there before he's actually fully got to the inside. So his judgment has been called from Jordi Spears. Dennis Lynn's been sent off. That car will have to return into the pit lane this lap because we're about to head onto the last lap.
Does mean Spears is going to drop behind Lynn, but more importantly, probably drop another 2 or 3 positions there. So it's not just a case of a little loss of one position. Here on board with Matt Bakker. In the 23, the car that was on the pole position that has been faultless throughout our 4-hour encounter. The car that DNF'd at the start of the year and only sits 8th in our championship with 21 points versus the 66 that Redline have at the lead. And for the moment, the gap is 3.8, so a big chunk of time lost on the last lap. We are, though, on the final lap, and if Coanda are going to do anything about swapping positions, it's going to be quite a brutal thing to do.
Yeah,
he's going to have to park up and have a picnic.
I think they're just going to leave them as they are. We will see a full final lap from Enzo Benito with excellent disco lights going on in the background. Love those. Thankfully, it's behind us, but he gets essentially pretty much a victory lap for 4 seconds. Today we can really just cruise and enjoy this one.
They've had to work for it though, because that Ferrari ultimately has been pretty strong, and there was a load of fuel saving going on from the BMWs, especially early doors, and even in this last stint.
Last one.
Time to really work out how to get past Sim Marinello. Ultimately building the gap to just over 4 seconds, only 1.6 between them and the second of the BMWs. As we follow back our LMP leader. 3 seconds now, it's closing dramatically. I have to say, That gap is coming down and down and down, but it doesn't matter. Through the final turn is the 23 Porsche Coanda machine, and they've done it. They've taken victory in the Le Mans Virtual Series here at the 500 miles of Sebring. The gap 2.7 seconds, and almost better than that. They've done the double. Porsche Coanda 1-2, with Archang Guven bringing the 20 car over the line for second. And we now await James Baldwin for third position. There is Enzo Benito on the inset. He's still got half a lap to do to complete the GTE field. Here he is now. And we do have Baldwin over the line in third, so Petronas Esports will take third position. Redline will only manage fourth position, with Verstappen finishing the car 1.8 seconds back. And now here is GTE. It's been a fantastic year for this BMW machine, with a third position and a pole
I can't believe it.
at Bahrain for the 8 hours, and a win and a pole last time out at Spa. It's an incredible lineup from Redline to support BMW, and now towards the line, Enzo Benito has done it. Wins with a great move
so
on the
close.
last sticks for BMW. Benito, Rudy Van Buren and Kevin Ziggy are the GTE winners for the second time on the trot, and that builds that advantage over a
Unlucky
poor
mate.
day for
That was the most
Oracle Red
frustrating
Bull
race
Racing
ever, I think.
and SF
Yep.
Velas and ProDrive Fire.
Everything out of your
They
control.
really will have
And
such
AMG on the
advantage
podium,
going
fucking
to
hell.
Le Mans in
Yeah,
6 weeks'
that's
time.
bullshit.
And
They got Max,
SF Velas, who had to come in for that
Insane.
drive-through penalty, came up behind P1 Esports. They actually end up losing out because of
Could have
that
been on the
contact.
podium, but nope.
Yes, it's been a great race.
Should have
It's
been.
been Porsche Commander domination. Of course, here in Florida.
Ja,
It's been
pierdolę, no.
absolutely fantastic. Gotta say, a great battle between these two. Almost, I don't know what I'd classify as move of the race, but I think that one from Baldwin on Verstappen is right up there. I think he did absolutely superb. What a race! Yeah, what a race. I guess let's talk about the disappointments. There are a couple of teams out there I think will be very disappointed. Floyd Van Wilburst coming into this second in the championship, finishing the day down in 6th position with a drive-through penalty with various melodies. Be disappointed not to be up higher and keeping the pressure on Redline.
Yeah, this was the.
No, sorry for the spin. I mean, the second one was not big, but the first one, fuck.
Redline were on until this round.
I don't understand. Sometimes it felt like on traction, if I have the overdrive on, but I didn't. I never used it, and I spawned like really stupid from the hairpin. I don't know.
I don't know, maybe some kind of bump there or something.
I don't know, because it's when I passed one slow car inside a P2, so I was much tighter and maybe I went too aggressive.
Okay.
Yes, I mean, the end space was not so. I mean, I checked Comparsami, it was not so bad. Or just, I mean, I don't have to do a big mistake, then it's okay.
Yeah, you haven't much practice, so.
It's good practice for Le Mans.
Yeah, at least I wrote Seb, because if he tells me now, like, I mean, you do Le Mans or something, at least I don't have to drive every day the week before, so I can start, a bit slowly, and then it's much better.
Yeah, I mean, there was no chance you could be well prepared so little time, and you haven't driven for 2 years, so we know how fast you can be and how consistent from 2 years ago.
Yeah, no, okay. Also, the fuel I don't understand so much, because I start the first 3-4 lap I was doing 3:30, 28, and then I was doing 3:18, 3:16. I don't know why I had to do so much lift and cost.
Yeah, I mean, you use more coming out of the pits. You
Okay.
use like 3.5. And then I guess you had higher consumption on the lap where you spun.
Okay.
So yeah, maybe.
So the next one is Le Mans, or there is something between?
Next one's Le Mans.
Okay. And it's the last one.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna go because I have guests coming over, so I guess we'll debrief during the week.
When you want to write me. Thank you guys.
Okay.
See ya.
User disconnected from your channel. Disconnected.